Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tuesday Sprints, where we're going to go for 6 hours. And today we have a couple special things going on. One, these are PickPongathon 3.0 sprints in honor of Crystal's readathon. If you're not participating in that, don't worry. You can still be here to be productive and to root each other on, just so that we can feel like we've accomplished something today. Another special thing is I have Neva with me. Yay! So Neva is obviously my friend, but happens to be one of the hosts for one of the teams. Remind us, Neva, which team are you repping?
Literary Pongsters.
Literary Pongsters, yes, and that is actually the team that I'm repping this week. So this is actually perfect. What are we doing today? So I have actually, I should have done the announcement video in the description. I will do that during one of the breaks. Or if one of the mods wants to include it, I'd be grateful in the comments. I'm working on the 7-year slip today, and I'll probably be going on and off like every other sprint, so that because I'm going to do this as a physical book. I don't have the audio, and then I have an audio book I'm working on. I've got two actually, but the one I think I'm going to focus on is Into the Drowning Deep by Mira Grant. So kind of jumping from like cute romance with some kind of time travel situation, and then killer mermaids that terrify you. So I've got it all. Neva, what are you going to be up
Well, this is so funny because we're reading different books but the same author.
to? Are you reading, is it the novel love story?
Yeah, so I just read The Dead Romantics.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So if you have been watching my daily vlogs, which are about to change because your girl is so tired. I've done 5 days of daily vlogs and I'm really tired. And it was a great idea, like in theory, but in actual execution,
Yeah.
I think
It's a lot. It's asking a lot of you to vlog like every day to sit in front of a camera.
Well, and then I have to like upload it. You know what I mean? Like they're not really edited because it's just me like checking in, but like I have to remember to check in. And all of them somehow have been 30 minutes, like 20 to 45 minutes long. I don't know how they're even that long, but like for them to be that long when like my weekly vlogs are usually that long, I have nothing to talk about. Like I love y'all, but and honestly, they're not getting viewed very well either. So I think we're not going to do it anymore. Like I think I'm just gonna, but I have to read this. This is B&K Book Club. And it's also my other virtual book club pick. So I'm reading this. I did say in my vlog that I gave The Dead Romantics 4.5 stars. But I changed my rating yesterday. If you go watch days 4 and 5, which is up now, I put it up this morning. I changed the rating to 6 stars.
Oh my gosh. It must have good residual effect.
Yesterday, like I kept thinking about it, and I was like, it's been like 2 or 3 days since I finished this book. Like, why am I thinking about this book? So I went back and I read the last like 20 minutes, I think, of the book, like physically with my eyes on my Kindle, but like I read it. And I was like crying. Like there's like a clip of me like crying like out in the public. I was sitting on my porch and I was like crying, and I was like, okay, this book has got to be 6 stars. Because there's no way it lives rent free in my head. It's only 4.5. You know what I mean? So I have to work on this today. I'm not very far. I'm only on like chapter 3 or something. And then Patreon book club with Nicole. The book that everyone voted on is God of Malice, I think it's called.
Okay.
I should know. It's my book club. I think it's God of Malice. People are either gonna really like this book or they're gonna hate it. I'm just saying.
Okay,
Like
interesting.
it is Naughty and Nice book club, so my half of the book club is like naughty. Like dark romance. Like we did read like a dark Rapunzel retelling in June. We read like a rom-com in July for Nicole. And then everybody voted. So y'all can't be mad. But God of Malice, we went from like dark Rapunzel retelling to like this is very dark romance.
Okay.
It might be darker maybe than The Sinner by Chantal Tessier, which I've talked about before as being like one of the darkest things I've ever read. This might be darker than that.
Wow. We have a good mix.
I'm a little scared, to be honest.
Yeah.
I need to work on that. And then I was gonna read A Love Letter to Whiskey. But Brittany told me not to read it on sprints. So we're not gonna read it on sprints.
All right. Good to know.
Because the dedication itself, I was like, this book is going to destroy me. And then Brittany messaged me and was like, do not read this on sprints, ma'am. She's like, you're going to come back and traumatize.
We don't need that. We don't need that vibe right now. Okay.
That's what I'm doing. Oh, and I'm probably diamond paint today.
Woohoo! Sounds good. Yeah, I'm gonna be cleaning. When I do audiobook, I'm gonna be like organizing, cleaning, because I'm planning on investing in like a new computer setup, and I gotta figure out where I'm gonna put things. So that's also what I'm doing today too. But perfect. Also, thank you so much, everyone. Glenda, for the congratulations. Sarah, also good to see you. I don't get to see you very often. Beatrice, thank you. You're all so kind. Brittany is doing productivity and admin. Makes sense because Brittany's also hosting sprints in 6 hours. And we will do a redirect because there's no one doing PickPongathon sprints right after me. So I'm going to direct you all right to Brittany while she's doing her book club with Kelsey. Trying to read some pages of Nightbird by Kate J. Armstrong. I can't say much, but also just start, because it's a secret project, I'm assuming. Hello, Renee. I hope you've been well. Good afternoon to you too, Alicia, and thank you. I appreciate you all so much. It's really great to have such a good community here. Working on Gideon the 9th. Ooh, that's also very well loved. So I hope that you're enjoying it. Alicia says, I'll be here reading Twisted Hate. Currently 216 out of 498. You're very close to being halfway. I also need to get started on organizing daughter's room. Yes, we'll be organizing together, but I'm going to be organizing my own room. I'm not organizing anyone else's. Currently reading Savage Lover by Sophie Lark and almost finished. Sounds good, Sarah. Hello, Sammy. Congrats on 2,000. Thank you so much. Good to see you and good morning to you. Hello, Lily. The Last Mrs. Parrish, that one is on my list. So, Lily, if you end up enjoying it, let me know because I've had my eye on it. Hello, ML. How are you? Are you in your office? I'm sure you're getting ready for the coming semester if you haven't started already. We are doing well. We're pushing through. We're going to be productive today. And also, it's really hot outside for me. I don't know about you all, but it is so hot that I'm very happy to be staying inside. I went for a walk earlier today, and I think it was like 9 a.m. and it was already 80 degrees. And I was like, okay, this isn't great. Dogs are playing. Sounds good more. They're loud, so might start by working on some productivity. Yeah. If they're going to be distracting you, might as well be productive. Hello to Neil. Of course, you're on lunch, per usual. Oh my gosh. There is some traffic disputes outside. Maybe they're also congratulating me on 2,000. I don't know. Thanks to Neil. Everyone is greeting Neva as they should because we have a lovely guest. Hello, Rochella. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly. You're reading Losing Wendy and trying to finish today. Ooh, so Peter Pan retelling. Sounds good. Also, welcome. I think this is the first time you've ever been on my channel. Thanks so much, ML. Good morning to you, Sam, and thank you. Yes, it was very exciting. I realized it yesterday, and I was like, I don't know what to do. I plan on doing a bit of a celebration video, and I'll have a poll in my community tab at some point, but I got to come up with some ideas. So if anyone has ideas, it would be video project focused. So yeah, I want to give people maybe, do they give you 4 options, 4 or 5? I can't remember how many the community tab allows for a poll, but
I think 4 or 5, yeah.
Okay, something like that. So I'm trying to figure that out. Hope you like the 7-year slip. I'm hoping so too. It is early days. So I've started it, but I'm only 60 pages in. So basically, I think I understand how the apartment works. That's what I've got so far. Haven't been in...
I only read The Dead Romantics because it was gifted to me. Rain sent it to me because she read the 7-year slip and then she sent me The Dead Romantics and was like, I hope you love this book. but I don't think she's actually read it. Like, I think it was like I love this author, I hope that you love this author too kind of a book.
Oh, because she read the 7-Year Slip. Is that what it is?
Right. So she read the
Okay.
7-Year Slip. And so
Mhm.
then I went shopping with my sibling for their birthday because that's what they wanted to do for their birthday. And did we spend way too much money? Absolutely. And I picked up a novel love story and the 7-Year Slip, which I was like, okay, a novel love story,
Committed.
like I already own it on my Kindle, it's fine. But
Mhm.
I don't like the 7-Year Slip reminds me of, what is that movie? The Lake House.
Yeah, yes. That's so we talked about that with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock. It also it gives me, I know it's not the same concept, but it reminds me of Just Like Heaven. With Mark Ruffalo and Witherspoon. What's her name?
Reese Witherspoon.
Reese. I was like, Rebecca? Reese Witherspoon. Yep. Yeah. So it's pretty good vibe so far, though. Haven't been reading. You haven't been in a reading mood today, so I've mostly been playing video games. That sounds great. A cozy day, cozy sprints. We're here for it. Might try to get at least a little bit of reading in during these sprints. If you don't, though, it's totally fine. Be productive in like nourishing yourself with like comfort stuff. Hello. Oh my gosh. I feel like I haven't seen you in quite some time, Nina. I hope you're doing well. I've been working on scanning all my own books into Goodreads. Emily, we are on the same page because that's something I've been meaning to do. I've been meaning to like provide a shelf for my physical TBR and scan them all in. I was just talking about that yesterday. That's crazy because I haven't really used Goodreads much. You know what I did? And might be controversial. When I told Danny yesterday, she gasped. I removed every single book from my to read shelf on Goodreads. I was like, I need a clean slate. I don't want to look at these, so I just removed them.
I did this, was it July? I think at the end of June, I did that with my currently reading.
Mm-hmm.
Because my currently reading was so overwhelming. Like I had, I think like 16 books. And I was like, I'm not even working on half of these. Like I'm not like, I mean, I'm actively like I actively want to read these books, but like they're not really on my radar right now. So like they need to go off and like go, and I just put them back into the to be read pile. Like, and then I put them back on my wheel.
Yeah.
My wheels. Cause I was like, they'll come up eventually on the wheels. And that'll be it. Which I've been really good about adding any books that I purchase onto the wheels so that like I actually have like an updated catalog of what is on each of the wheels. So maybe someday I'll read down my TBR. Probably not.
Yeah,
But
I was like, I can't do it anymore. I was like, I'm not even looking at this. It doesn't make any sense. But this is an interesting comment. So good to know. I think, Bree from Four Paws and Book had the same feeling about those two. So
yeah,
Emily's
it seems that a novel love story seems to be people's least favorite.
Yeah, and maybe because it might be just a different style. Like maybe the author's changing, and a different type of romance reader will prefer. So that means that maybe if you didn't vibe with 7-Year Slip or you didn't like Dead Romantics, you should try a novel love story because maybe that actually will work better for you. So there's that. The rom-commers. We're all in a romance mood, it seems. Meanwhile, Sarah's reading The Book Eaters, so not a romance. Way creepier than I expected. You know what? We need it all. Ashley Poston is in my TBR. Physically reading What the River Knows. Ooh, I've seen a lot of talk about that book. Yes, Zoe Sprints. Woohoo! Finishing up Practice Makes Perfect by Sarah Adams. That's another well-loved like romance author.
Yes,
Is Rena Kent. Ooh,
it's God. What the hell is this book? Hold on, I'm pretty sure it's God of Malice. It is by Rena Kent. To be honest, this month for people to vote, I literally just went into my Kindle Unlimited TBR because that we're kind of trying to keep it to be available on Kindle Unlimited so that maybe they're a bit more accessible to people. But yeah, it's God of Malice by Rena Kent. I'm on chapter 5. I'm 10% in. I actually need to start my Patreon. My patrons get a book club, like an exclusive reading vlog for book club starting this month. So I need to actually go update now that I'm 10% in. But I don't know. There was something. I'm not gonna say it on sprints because I do not want Leander to get demonetized, especially since she just hit 2,000.
God, thank
But
you.
there is something that was said in this book, like 2 chapters in, and I like it made me go, what? I was like, I'm sorry, sir, what?
Oh
And we
God,
know that I'm
okay.
like a connoisseur of dark romance. I love a dark romance. And it caught me off guard.
Oh God, okay.
So
Good
I'm
to
sorry
know.
to anyone who picks this book up, this part of my Patreon, and is like, what did we vote for? But y'all voted, so you can't be mad at me. I did not pick this book.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Glenda, meanwhile, is reading Summertime Punchline. It looks like it's got a really great like summer vibe, so that's perfect. Working on audiobook and Cardigan. I love that. Assumed correctly. Oh yeah, so it is for a secret project. Hello, Bree. I have about 2 hours left of the Ever King that I'm listening to while trying to get back into work routine. Sounds good. And then also, so everyone knows, we'll do probably go up to the 20-minute mark for talking, just so I can get through as many comments as possible, and then we'll stick to a strict 15. So I promise we'll be productive. I just, of course, when Neva and I are on screen, we just love to talk. What could I say? Christy, oh, thanks so much. Filming and reading Stardust by Neil Gaiman. Sounds good. And yeah, it is so warm. It's supposed to break tomorrow, at least in my area. So I hope that's the case for everyone else. Oh God, 80 in England. Yeah. Hello, Mia. Today I'll be reading Nora Goes Off Script. That sounds interesting. Have some chores to do this afternoon. We'll listen to my audiobook. Thank you so much, Mia. Thanks, Spooky. I really appreciate you all. Not yet. The semester begins August 19th. Okay. But you're listening to Can't Spell Treason Without T. That's another title I've been seeing so many people mention.
I want to read this.
Me
It's
too.
at my it's at the
Spell Shop
library.
too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's at my library. Like it's on the because I think that's a YA if I remember correctly, and it's on like the
Oh, I
new
didn't
and
know.
notable shelf.
Mm-hmm.
At my library because like our library is split in 2 levels. So the kids stuff is downstairs and
Mm-hmm.
then the teen stuff is upstairs. So they've
Okay.
actually split the YA section. My library, for how small my town is very on top of it. They split their YA section in half.
Mm-hmm.
So they have middle grade and what they consider a younger YA downstairs with the
Mm-hmm.
kids stuff. And then upstairs is like their teen section, which is all like older YA into like light new adult. Like they're very progressive
We
for
love
how
it.
small the town is. And it's on like their new and notable shelf for the teens. Like when you walk upstairs, there's like a shelving unit that's there. And I
Mm-hmm.
keep seeing it and like they have like the first edition copy, which it has like a special cover and it might have edges, like sprayed edges. And it's just such a cute, like it just looks like such a cute book.
It does. Yeah, we're just in our cozy fantasy era. I think like there's just been a lot of great books coming out. Stacy is putting away groceries, eating lunch, reading Reckless, and I'm assuming it's Reckless by Elsie Silver because the Chestnut Springs Along live show for that book I think is happening this weekend. I could be wrong
I was
though.
gonna say it's either that or it's the one for what is it? Who is she? Lauren Roberts?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought that
Mhm.
book too. Have I actually finished Powerful and Powerless? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I know. And well, we know my thoughts about it. We'll just move on. So
Yeah,
Ebel.
I would guess it's the Elsie's other one. I don't
I
know.
think it is too.
I chose to not move on. I really
Mhm.
liked the second book. The first book I did not enjoy very much with that series, and the second book I gave 5 stars. I think I really did like that one with
Mhm.
the that because that the nanny romance one, the nanny.
Yeah, with Willa and
I
Kate.
did. I really did like that one. I know that not everybody does, but I really did like that one. And then the only other one I've read by Elsie Silver is the first book. I think it's called Off to the Races in the
Okay.
Gold Ranch series, which is her first series. And I liked that book. I'm going to continue that series, but I think I've shelved the other one.
Okay. Yeah.
Springs, I think I've shelved it just because from what people have said about the third book, I have no interest. I had a little bit of interest because it was supposed to be like hockey romance or whatever. That's what it was marketed as. And then people were telling me like this is not really hockey romance. Like he plays hockey, but like it's not really hockey romance. And I don't like a pregnancy trope. I'm not a fan, and that's in the third one. And I no thank you. There's been one book that did the pregnancy trope in a way that was fine, and that was Out on a Limb. And that's literally because you couldn't have done that book without the pregnancy trope. But it's such a healthy relationship. Like it is accidental pregnancy, but it's the two main characters navigating how they're going to get through this pregnancy, this accidental pregnancy, without feeling like they have to be in a relationship with each other. I mean, it's a love story, though. We know how it ends. But like, I just felt like that one was so healthy that like it was fine. I just feel like accidental pregnancy leads to toxicity. And I mean, I'm all for a toxic love story, but let's not involve kids.
Yeah, no, I agree. That doesn't sound good. But ML has mentioned that can't spell treason without T is a bit too similar to Legends and Lattes. That's actually very good to know because I also recently read Legends and Lattes, so maybe I shouldn't read it too soon. But we are going to go on an hour-long sprint for our first one, and we may eventually do a longer sprint, but for now I'm thinking we'll do hour-long ones. And we'll also get to the rest of the comments when we get back as well. So thanks everyone for being here. And we will see you guys in an hour. Hello, welcome back. Let us know how you did. The first thing of business is going to be to catch up on the comments, but yeah, let us know how you did. I ended up reading about 40 pages of The 7-Year Slip, so I'm a third of the way through. Because I'm doing it for a secret project, I cannot tell you what I think, but I'm making progress. How did you do?
I made it to the top of chapter 6 of a novel love story. So I'm on page something or other. 56.
Very nice. Woohoo, making progress.
So I am listening to the audiobook.
Mm-hmm.
So I can like down and paint. And my body feels really tired, but I'm trying to stay awake.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to take a nap in the next minute. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, sounds good. We can always do a longer sprint too, like an hour and 15 minutes or something, just to give us a little bit of extra time for productivity. So yeah, we could actually probably do that next time. That'd be good. Shayla, hello, welcome. I think this is your first time here. Took the day off work just to reading When Women Were Dragons. That's on my TBR. It was gifted to me actually by Danny because she didn't want to keep it in her collection. So I have it, just haven't read it. Could do 7 books that you were recommended by your subscribers, or do a thing where you read one book completely outside, one book completely in your bed. Oh my gosh, like stagnant reading. I'm going to star that, Renee. I appreciate the suggestions because yeah, I need a bunch so I can narrow it down. Just like Heaven, it is a great movie. Just bought a special edition of Fourth Wing. Did I need it? No, but I want to get special editions of the books that I really love. Yeah, especially like if you've read the book and you know that it's one of your top favorites, get a special edition. Treat yourself. And I saw that you did the countdown tag. There's been a few people who have, and I've been meaning to watch them all so then I can add them to my playlist. It's really nice that you all are doing it. I just was doing it because the freak out tag, I felt as though I had already done it twice, and I was like, I don't really know if I want to answer these questions again. Currently switching between listening to The Afterlife of Mel Caldera and Once Upon a Broken Heart. I've heard that the latter is really good. 16, Neva. I have 40 currently reading on Storygraph. It's a competition and Renee is winning.
Yeah, I can't. Like it gets over like to open up my Storygraph and to see more than like 5 books at a time, it's too overwhelming for me. Like it gets to the point where I don't want to update my Storygraph anymore. So it's easier for me to just clean it out. And I mean, I do have like a currently reading collection on my Kindle that has every book that I've started. And we're not going to talk about how many books are in there because like some of them I've only read like 2 or 3% of the book and then I put it down for whatever reason, but they're books that eventually I want to come back to. So like I think the collection is actually labeled as like come back to these or something. Like it is actually like labeled something that catches my eye. So when I run out of, not that I run out of things because I don't, but like if I don't know what to read, I'll go read like a little bit of one of the books that's in there. Most of them are things like Binding 13, which is like a harder read. Like I'm 50% through that book, but I can only read like 2 chapters at a time and then I have to put it down and move on to something else.
Yeah.
So most of it is stuff that I just can't read it in one sitting. Pay for Paramount.
Yeah, and I've been in responding to this comment. I was really inconsistent with my to read shelf, and also some of them from 2019. I'm not the same type of reader, and so I realized I'm like, if I'm putting these on my shelves and someone's like recommending me a book, they might be basing it off of that, and it just doesn't make sense. So yeah, I just deleted it, and it makes me feel a lot better about it. Also, hello, Christina. Good to see you. Thanks for the reminder. Yes, we definitely need to hydrate. We definitely need to nourish our bodies as well. That reminds me, I usually have this banner when we come back from a sprint to remind everyone to just, take care of themselves. And I haven't been putting it up. So thank you for being that person for us, Christina. And also, I just realized I lost the comments. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see, where are we? I have no idea. Oh, there we are. So yeah, thanks so much. And thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. It's very exciting and very new. Obviously, still trying to figure out what it all means. Practice Makes Perfect was such a cute read. It was on the Goodreads Choice Awards last year as well, like the long list at least. I think maybe the short list. Reading Reign of a King by Rena Kent. Ooh, right now. Okay. Sounds good. Hello, Brian. How are you? I'm sure that you are working as you're watching, working on NetGalley reviews, and then going to work on October readathon planning. Ooh, sounds good. That's what I'm in the throes of right now, too, because I'm working on TBR Harvest. So trying to make sure that I have certain spreads ready and everything like that. I'm very excited. And it also means, crazily enough, that prepping for October, end of August, early September is when the announcement video has to come out, because like we're all kind of announcing a month ahead now so that's kind of crazy to think about. They Are Dark for Sure. That was the books that you all were talking about.
Yeah, I started my vlog for Patreon,
Mhm.
and I was like, I just want y'all to know this is gonna be a spoiler vlog because I don't know how to talk about this book without spoiling things. So I was like, if you haven't read it, don't watch this. Like, this is for people that have read the book or people that have decided they're not gonna read it. So
yeah. Kelly's reading The Air Raid Book Club by Annie Lyons. That's awesome. Also repping Prose, the Pong Prose, Pong and Prose. It's all the P's. Oh my gosh. It rained yesterday for like 4 hours and today for 2. Oh my god. And now with humidity. See, we haven't had much rain, which is concerning. But tomorrow it's supposed to be rainy and a lot colder. That's how books are also categorized in my country with the YA split. Oh, interesting. Can't Spell Treason was great. If you didn't like Legends and Lattes, whoa, I think you might like this one better. I've seen people compare it to that book. That is actually really interesting that it's more of a this or that kind of situation. Neva, I totally hear you on the library. I was on the Oregon coast this weekend, small beach towns, and the children's section was amazing. So many resources.
yeah, like our library has like a lot of good stuff for kids. So I am grateful for that because it okay. And they also use shorter shelves downstairs. So even in like the middle grade section, Ari can reach the top of the shelves.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. The pregnancy stuff. I'm not into that, and romances either. They've been very hit or miss for me. This is about Elsie Silver. I liked the first one, didn't like the second one. The third one was okay, but I think it's only because I was expecting it to be worse. Yeah, that's true. Hello, Saluna. Not having a good sleeping night, so I'm here with you all. I'm sorry that you're here with us because you can't sleep. I hope that we put you to sleep with our conversation. I hope that we are boring enough so that you can sleep. Also, Allison's here. Hello. We also have Rachel, Vanessa. Oh my gosh, reading a secret book. You and me both, girl. So many secret books these days. Just finished The Deer and the Dragon by Piper CJ and absolutely loved it. Awesome. Also, everyone's saying hello, and I can see where we left off, which, oh gosh, thank goodness. Hello, Jess. I might get to hang out today if my boss ever leaves. She was aiming to be gone by 11. It's after 1 now. Dun, 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 dun. Be like, hey, don't you want to go? Don't you want to leave? Hello, Silver. Hello to everyone else. I'm about to start A Sorceress Comes to Call by T. Kingfisher. Oh my gosh, I didn't even... this is one T. Kingfisher I've never heard of.
I got the baking one.
Oh yeah, the Wizard's Guide.
Yeah, I think it's YA. And here's the thing: I'm not really a T.
I think it's middle grade
or middle grade. Yeah. Well, it was like less than $5 on Kindle. And I was like, maybe I should try this because I have tried a couple of T. Kingfisher, like her horror or their horror, like adult books, and I did not enjoy. I did not know what was going on. I did not understand. So I like DNF'd because I was like, I don't know what's happening, and like I can't follow it enough to know what's going on. So I was like, well, maybe I'll try this. So I got it. I have it on Kindle, so at some point I'll read it. But I'm hoping that maybe because the writing style is good. I like the writing. I just didn't know what was going on.
Mm-hmm. I still haven't read anything by T.E. Fisher. I started A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking during Amazing Readathon, and then I was reading it as an extra book, a sightseeing prompt, and then like another city dropped, so I just abandoned it, and I just haven't gone back to it, to be honest. Just finished 2 books that I was working on, starting one that I'm not sure about, All Night Pharmacy. That is an interesting title as well. Admin sprint, 50% of my book. And yes, Neva's here. Woohoo! I got to chapter 41. Can't remember where I started, and Audible doesn't give percentages. I think that's so odd, like how each platform does it a bit differently and doesn't provide all of the information. Like, just why can't you just do that in the app? Weird. Finished a chapter in Gideon. Also made and ate dinner. Pasta with pesto and vegetables. I've been craving pasta lately, and pesto sounds delicious. 172, that's the page you're on, of Leather and Lark. So continuing series. That's great. Diamond painting. Oh my gosh. As I catch up on my podcast, I'm 3 months behind on. Laura, you and Neva are both diamond painting at the same time. Had breakfast, did a lot of morning things, and read 1.5 chapters of another. 32%. Page 45 of Summertime Punchline. I like the half rhymes of that title. Got dental work done. Can't eat anything. Oh no. Yeah, it's really tough. Dental work. The nice thing about dental surgery or dental procedures, usually the healing time is faster than most. Made it to 78% of my book. Awesome, Mia. Just joined. Hello, Jane. I'm assuming this is your first time because I don't recognize you. I'm listening to The Ashes and the Star-Cursed King. Ooh, that's a mouthful. While I get some work done, I have 3 hours left. Ooh, then you might have the goal of finishing it today. Finished the book I was reading right as Sprint ended, so I'll be starting a novel love story. I don't know why I'm so surprised. It makes sense why everyone's reading it, like why you're reading it, Neva, and obviously the B&K book club, but it still shocks me.
Well, it's crazy to me because I actually didn't realize it was B&K book club. I've been
yeah.
really bad about keeping up with B&K book club this year. What? So I actually didn't realize it until Brittany said something about it, and then I was like, oh, I'm already reading this for my other book club. But it also makes sense because it is a new release. Like, it just came out.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. But it was like my virtual book club, we vote on the book. So it was like a toss-up between this one and another book. I don't remember what the other book was, but it was like a toss-up between. But last month they read a thriller. I did not read that book because it's an SMP book, and I was like, I can't talk about it. But I've decided that for the second half of the year, which you'll see this in my calm down tag, because I did do that. I just haven't posted it yet because I'm behind. It's fine. I am planning on reading more books, like focusing on the second half of the year of reading books just to read them and not necessarily for content. Because the first half of the year I was like, oh, I can't read that because I can't use it for content, or I don't have I wouldn't have a content idea around a book, so I felt like I couldn't read it, or it wasn't part of like a specific TBR. So I was like, well, I can't read it because it's not part of a specific TBR. But like, I'm reading Gothicana with Rainy, and I'm not vlogging it. I'm just reading it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Nice. Danny started Let the Woods Keep Our Bodies. Page 485. Managed to listen to about 30 minutes of my audiobook. Got about an hour and a half left. Awesome. Ooh, The House Witch. That seems very cozy. 45 pages of Middle of the Night. 13%. 62 pages left. Oh, Rochella, I think you might finish it. You might finish it today. Oh, and you did provide me Ray Shella. I appreciate it. Ray Shella. I'll make sure to say that then. Reached halfway through Twisted Hate. Awesome. 20% of my book. 12%. Oh, currently on 12% though. Okay. Sounds good. We're just off the rails today, aren't we? I'm going to quickly get through the rest of the comments, though. Just working on the sprinting spreadsheet sounds good. Dinner, spare ribs. That sounds delicious. People are saying hello. Hello, Mrs. Peacock. Welcome. Just in time. We're about to start another sprint. You're reading The Wolf Gift. Okay, perfect. And on that greeting of Mrs. Peacock, a great character include, by the way. We are going to go into our next hour-long sprint. Actually, I'm going to do, well, can we keep it an hour, or would you like a longer one for potential napping?
An hour is okay.
Okay, sounds good, because I'm happy to accommodate. All right. Then in that case, we'll see everybody in an hour. Hello. I know that Neva's not going to make it back in time for the next one, so you're just going to have me, a bit larger than usual. Let me know how you all end up doing. I ended up switching gears, and I did listen to Into the Drowning Deep as I was going around cleaning. I had lunch, and I don't know where I started, but I'm about 20% into it, and it's a 17-ish hour audio. So like I have a lot to go. Let me see if I can see where we left off. We left off with Mrs. Peacock, and then Danny was greeting everyone, saying hello. Courtney said hello to Atia, and I don't know where Atia is. I didn't get to see your comment, I don't think. So it might have been lost in the shuffle, but hello, Atia. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Also, Jamie had joined, fed the kittens, did some dishes, making coffee, starting She Who Became the Sun. Finally, Michelle also joined. Hello, taking a break from work. Not sure what I'll be reading. The dogs are snoring. Really wanted to. I know, right? When they're snoring, you're like, that actually sounds really good. That sounds nice that they're just taking a snooze. Mom started a mini side business, and I'm on. You're her helper, so you're doing some productivity today. That's great. Also, I see that ML had breakfast, egg, bean breakfast. Ooh, breakfast taco. Get to work on a syllabi next. Sorry to hear that you haven't gotten any sleep. I know. You know what? Maybe Selena's not here. And while we love Selena's company, we also actually love when she gets a good night's sleep, because that's something we all want. So maybe if we cross our fingers, Selena won't comment. But Selena, if you're here, comment. Don't go hiding, pretending that you are asleep. Meanwhile, Danny's starting a novel love story in a couple of days with Laura. Genuinely, it's not surprising because this is her most recent publication and everyone's talking about it. But it's very funny when you see so many people in the chat planning to read it around the same time. Have been on sprints off and on for last year. Oh, okay, since the first Amazing Readathon. I typically can't join daytime sprints because I teach during the school year. Oh my goodness. Well, there are quite a few teachers in the comments, and I will be the first to say, or I won't be the first, because I think hopefully you hear it, as much as possible. But we really appreciate you teachers, because you guys do so much. And oh my goodness, especially those in the public system, K through 12. I have so much respect for you all. Yes, I'm in the middle of reading 3 special edition books, and I'm going to an event for the second book. The second book of Assistant to the Villain. Nice. Awesome. And then Neva, read the books you want. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to star this so that Neva can see it when she gets back. Don't have to make videos about every book. No, that's true. And the thing is you can eventually, like if you ever do like a recommendation list or want to talk about a certain theme, like honestly, I feel like we don't have to purposely read books for content, but books will just naturally become content, that kind of thing. I'm in chapter 30 of 40. Oh my goodness, 3/4 of the way through. Also decided to try and read for me and not just for BookTube or readathons. That is why I decided not to do any readathon during July and August. Yeah, honestly, that is kind of how I've been feeling. That I think readathons are really great. They challenge you and they make you read books that you didn't plan to. Like there were some books on my physical TBR that have been on there for years that I just didn't have any, motivation to read. And then it was thanks to the Amazing Readathon that I read them. But with that said, it's not necessarily sustainable to do something like that every single month. Thank you, Vanessa. I appreciate it. But it came off not so good because I have been channeling my inner Leandra, and I've been quite critic of my reads. Oh gosh, your inner Leandra is being critical. Oh gosh. It is true though. I think that I'm someone who I think it's partially because I come from a mystery reader background. So I like read every line anticipating and I'm also a slow reader, so I retain so much. So if something's repetitive or I feel like I'm a bit more sensitive when there are things that aren't adding up. So yeah, sorry that you are having your inner Leandra and not having great reads. But I've had a lot of 5-star reads this year, just not July was my first month where I didn't have a 5-star read. I will say that. Honestly, in the last 2 months, I only had 1 4-star. Oh my gosh, Beatrice. I think you're more critical than I am, which is okay. We know we like what we like. We know what we want. Oops, just missed some chatty bits, but I'm about 50% through Once Upon a Broken Heart. I'm sure you're much further now. Hello, Brecht. Nice to see you. Ooh, reading Matt Haig. That's an author I still haven't tried myself. Working on a secret project, though. Very nice. And I see that there are other sprints for Claire for her own readathon, which is great. Laura also posted a video on their channel. We have the link if anyone's interested. That's great. I got distracted sorting some files about T. Kingfisher. I saw this come in. So Silver isn't as big of a fan of Wizard's Guide and actually DNF'd it. Oh my gosh. So you wouldn't recommend it. But I have also seen a lot of people recommend it as well. Maybe not as your first, but I've seen rave reviews about it. And I will say I enjoyed it at the beginning. Like I only got like a couple chapters in and I really liked the vibe of it. But I like it when characters find dead bodies. What can I say? Hello, Jill. I'm in the middle of the Air Affair. I'll get it finished today. Very nice. Anyone else figuring out their spooky reading plans for October? One that Witchy has on the list is Come Out by Natalie C. Parker. That sounds amazing. Queer YA horror. I will say that YA is one that I get worried about for horror because it hasn't worked with me in the past. Just because if it feels too YA for me, that distracts me enough. But I do like the title of that. For spooky reads, I do have a handful on my list that are like thriller and horror. Night Film is on my list to read. How to Make a Horror Movie and Survive. I'm just like reading them off. Bad Men. That one is apparently a feminist version of American Psycho. And so that's not kind of on my list. All of these I have from the library. So like the question of if I'm going to be able to like save them for October might not be the case. And I have a few thrillers too, like the newest one from Ruth Ware. And I've never tried her before. Lucy Foley's The Midnight Feast. I've been meaning to read that one. And also just like cozy witchy things. I just picked up Grave Expectations by Alice Bell, and that one looks like a very fun classic estate mystery, like a country house or, maybe a house party. The Z Word I recently received from Brittany from Rescues and Reads, so I'm really excited about that one. Cackle by Rachel Harrison. I've actually never read anything by Rachel Harrison before, and I'm thinking that'll be my first. So those are all on the list. I also want to continue the Parasol Protectorate series because I read book 1 and I really enjoyed it. So basically, Witchy, I've given you everything. I've given you everything I've thought about. Got to page 45 in a novel love story. Sounds good. 28%. 12 chapters for Rainbow Bookish Owl. Read a bit of The Middle of the Night. Tidied up my front entrance and made a coffee. Yeah, I've been like nursing my coffee from this morning, but I might make myself some decaf just to keep me going. Finished chapter 8 of Gideon. It is a buddy read. Ooh, you're buddy reading it. So switching books. Just started the Rouge. Oh, okay. The Rouge Not Taken by Sarah McLean. I ended up jumping ahead because Rouge is also by Mona Awad. So I was thinking that you might have been talking about that book. Hello. We lost Aniva. I know. She's here, but she just said that she's going to be missing the chatty bit. So she's, you know what it is? She's hidden behind the scenes, but you can't see her. I ended up getting 70% through Once Upon a Broken Heart. Sam, you are getting through it so quickly. So far, I'm not screaming about it, but I don't hate it. I mean, it's a quick read, though, apparently, because you've been making a lot of progress. Finished my book, logging it for Team Triple P, P3. Isn't that Charmed? Wasn't Charmed P3 the club that, who was it, Piper owned? Didn't she call it P3? I think she did. I finished my review for the ARC. I finished yesterday. Awesome, Jamie. Which won't work yet for PickPongathon, but logged it for Battleathon. Okay, as long as it counts for something. A little over 30% done. Sounds good. Continued listening to Crime and Punishment. Oh my gosh, Alex. I'm 23% through it now. That is something, I don't know if I'll ever tackle it. I hope you're liking it, but that's like one of those classics that intimidates me. Read like 2 pages. Ask my boss for the 5 days of camping I have in 2 weeks, and I'm drawing. Ooh, I hope that you get those like 5 days off and it all works out. Enjoy that vacation. Finished lunch, turkey enchilada stack. Ooh, and a chocolate chip cookie. Love that you added some desserts. Got to page 290 of 498. Ooh, so oh my gosh, you only have like 200 pages left. And I will be switching to organize in the next sprint. I will do what I said I was going to do. I'll do every other, meaning that I'm going to return to the 7-year slip. But I am in the middle of some organizing that I want to get back to, but I'll continue the every other because I said that I was going to do that. Fell asleep. I was so tired from last night. Oh no, Sammy. The coffee just didn't kick in. It didn't work for you. Last night, stayed up to finish my book. I got 27 out of 40 chapters. That was yesterday night. Now I am in chapter 31 out of 40 plus the epilogue. Ooh, you're going to finish that one soon too. I have 2 hours and 2 minutes left in my book. I'm also updating my planner. I was updating my planner as well. Twins. Also read a bit more of my arc of Vault of Souls by Josephine Angelini. That sounds like a very interesting title. Made it to 30% into All Night Pharmacy. It's a sad girl lit fic. Honestly, the title makes a lot more sense now. Oh gosh. Are you liking it, Jill? I still think that title is very funny, though. Also teach. Yes, Laura, you were one of the people I was thinking of. Oh gosh, the comments jumped to a crazy degree. Teaching middle school. Made something to eat, made a coffee. Oh, a lot of coffees. I totally support this. I got to page 530 of my audiobook. It's annoying that Audible doesn't. I know. I don't understand why it doesn't, because it can't be that complicated of a feature, because every other app I'm aware of, or, like, I suppose like function of a program does that. Like Libby does that. Hoopla does that. Does Everand? I would imagine that they do. It's just that I feel like everyone does it, but Audible just is really weird. I don't know why they don't just provide it. Very interesting. Also, I see that Danny is doing some October planning early. One I have loved recently is My Darling Dreadful Thing. Yes, you adored that book. And it also, the things I heard, it does get dark, but it's also like very sweet. So next sprint, I will get back to reading. Sounds good, Sammy. Yeah, and you know what? Take the nap, be rejuvenated so that you can actually enjoy the rest of your day. So that makes sense. Think I'm still suffering from the amazing readathon burnout. That's how I was. I'm really, truly just getting over it, I would say. Hello, Rally. Hope you're doing well. Trying to do something. Ooh, I'll have to look into My Darling Dreadful Thing. I think you should, even though I haven't read it. Didn't get far in my book because I was watching BookTube. Yes, you got to watch Laura's most recent video. By the way, friends, I finally hit 462 followers. Congratulations! That's awesome. I have a hard time with YA because first person. Oh yeah. See, this is the thing too. And it's not obviously only YA, but I'm not a huge fan of first person as well. I think oftentimes it's overdone. Like first person, when it's done well, excellent. But it's very easy to do first person badly, where like too much in their head, it's too overthought, and it ends up kind of feeling a bit repetitive and a lot. So Jamie, I think I'm with you on that one. Thank you for the link, Christina. The only thing I can say is that it will be a readathon. The rest is, ooh, okay. We've got a readathon for a secret project. Sounds good. Finally finished my book. It was only a 3 stars. Oh, Lisa. 3 stars are fine. 3 stars you can recommend to people, but honestly, like it is like sad when you're hoping it's going to be higher. Piper opened a club called P3. That's what I thought, Alicia. Yes, Piper, Prue, and Paige, and Phoebe. Prue was before Paige, and then I grew up on that show. Like daily, I used to watch that show. It's so good. Finally finished Losing Wendy. We'll log soon for P3. Sounds good, Rachella. Yes, Piper, Prue, and Phoebe. And then, not to spoil things with everyone, but Prue was replaced by page. I'll just say that. I'm currently rewatching Charmed. Ah, Jane! Yes! I need to rewatch it. It's so good. The last few seasons are kind of crazy, but I like the beginning of it. So curious to know why Leandra is reading The 7-Year Slip. Well, well, well. Just in time, the cat has prevented me from divulging my secrets. Yes, doing it for a secret vlog that Vanessa very much knows about, by the way. So this is all a ploy to try to get me to say what I'm doing. But on that note, I'm going to start the next comment, make sure that we don't lose it in the shuffle. It'll be Allison's comment next. So Allison, we'll get back right after these messages. We're going to do an hour sprint again. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us. I hope that you've been feeling productive because I've been getting a lot done and I'm feeling really good about it. But I will see you all in another hour. Hello, everyone. I will actually do this just in case if I got to give Neva a bit more time because I don't know if she's going to be here for the sprint either. But let me know how you did. I ended up making a lot of progress in the 7-year slip. So I am 40 pages further, meaning that I'm page 143. So I'm almost halfway because it's just over 300 pages, not very far. So this has been a pretty quick read for me. Let me know how you all did. I also love that Allison, I know that I'm pretty sure you said that you are Canadian French Canadian, I should say. And so your keyboard is forcing some, French into your response in English. Should get these days off, be able to still get my work hours back. Perfect. Ooh, I also see that Neva has returned. Hello. What have you been up to? Oh, you're muted. You're muted. We're going to miss the good stuff.
Hello. Okay. So I took a nap, which is why I missed the last chatty bit, was because like I set an alarm so that I wouldn't sleep for like 12 hours, but I set an alarm and the first time the alarm went off, I was like, I do not feel like it. So I just texted Leandra and I was like, I'm going to miss the chatty bit. And she was like, it's fine. And then I took another, like, laid back down. And Ari is across the street playing with her friend. So I had a quiet nap. Now you can hear my brother. I apologize. He's got headphones on. He's loud.
You're
anyway,
fine.
But I got no reading done because I took a nap. Because I can't. I commend those of us readers that can like listen to an audiobook. I will forget to set like the sleep timer thingy.
Mm-hmm.
I will sleep through the whole audiobook. I'll wake up the next morning and it's like done, or
they're like, you have finished this book 100%. And you're like, no, I didn't.
That's what actually wakes me up usually, is if like my headphones don't fall out, then what wakes me up is like that audible noise. It's like, thank you for listening. And I'm like, cool. I do not remember where I left off.
Yeah, like, oh no. Oh, yeah, that is the worst. But yeah, good. Well-deserved nap. Jamie is giving us a little bit of a spiel about Vault of Souls and Arc, dark fantasy, good so far. Guessing it will be book 1 in a series. Okay. Also, another Jamie popping in. Hello, heading back to work. All right, sounds good. I hope that work goes well. Audible used to have the option for percentages under sharing, but they removed it a couple years ago. So annoying. It's actually part of the like for fun project I'm working on for my UX. What does that mean? UX design portfolio. I think we already talked about that acronym,
So,
and I'm
before that, Audible, like back like in the day, right? Like when Audible was first like a thing, they actually would put the percentages right on the thing for you.
Yeah.
So like you would have it up, and then they moved it to where you had to share the book and then it would give you the percentage. Then they moved it again, so you had to minimize, like they redid it, so you would just minimize and then it would tell you like how much of the book you had read, so you could at least figure out the percentage that way, because which worked fine for like the year that they did that. Because I could put the hours and the minutes into Storygraph.
Okay.
And they would calculate it for me. And now you can't do it at all. Like you have to do the math yourself. And I don't have time for that. So to be honest with you, how I work around it, I know some people use calculators and stuff like that you can find on the internet. I will just go buy the actual book, like off of like the ebook. That will give you the percentage because you can whisper sync. Or I'll have the physical book and I'll just use the page number in the physical book for Storygraph. And because my my actual spreadsheet will calculate it for me if I just type in like how many hours I listened to the book or whatever. So I don't have to worry about it with my spreadsheet. Another way I've done it before is I will just take the hours. It's not exact doing it this way, but I will like say your audiobook is 20 hours and it says you've listened to 2, but you listen at 2 times speed. That means you've only really listened to like 1. And so I'll do the math that way, because if you minimize it, it will give you the actual hours of time and not your like half time or however fast you listen. But that takes math, and I'm a reader. Okay, I don't do math.
Exactly. We do words. This was in response to we were talking about the difference between like first person and third person. I was saying I prefer third person over first person, but Allison is saying that she feels the opposite. A friend of mine is the same way, where she prefers first person narratives. So it definitely is all to preference.
I don't care, but I don't love second person, which second person is like a less common way to write a book, I think.
Like you don't see many books that have that.
First person I can do, but what annoys me is when you have first person and then you don't know their name for 50% of the book. I'm like, listen, that's great, okay, but if I have to look at the synopsis, which I don't read, to know a character's name, like the main character's name, I'm gonna be annoyed.
Yeah,
but otherwise it doesn't really bother me either way.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. And there's always this kind of like need to not say someone's name too often either. You know, like it needs to be natural, because we don't use names very often when we're talking to people, if we're gonna be honest. So it's always like there's a certain way to do it. I think Sammy ended up deciding to try iced coffee again. Yeah, I prefer hot coffee whenever I can, even when it's really hot out, but sometimes you've got to do the cold coffee.
I drink hot coffee all year.
Yeah, same. Like honestly, every single day I'll make because also like I just make hot coffee, in my home, but I understand how refreshing iced coffee can be.
I'm having trouble finding the coffee pods that I use in my Keurig for iced coffee. I have to like only order them from Amazon, and they're twice as expensive, and I'm not doing that. So I just drink hot coffee.
Yeah, exactly. But thanks, Danny. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks so much. It's really nice. Loved Charmed. Me too. It was so good. R.I.P. I know. And Shannon Doherty too. To be completely like, honest for a second, to be earnest. Shannon Doherty passed away as well. I think she was 53 or she was in her 50s. Quite sad.
She's been sick too. Which is
she ended up a cancer of some sort, but still very sad to have it. It felt sudden, especially because I don't follow any celebrities. Like I don't know anything that they're doing, so I had no idea.
It felt sudden to me also, but I feel like I'm the same way. Like every celebrity death feels sudden to me, because unless I see snippets of something, I'm not like actively following anybody.
Yeah. I just got an alert. I think it was like a New York Times. Like I get New York Times on my phone, and it was just like an alert, and I was like, oh my gosh. I sent a screenshot to my dad because Prue was his favorite in Charmed. But he also likes Paige. Those are his 2 favorites, by the way, if you guys want to know what my dad's preferences are. Jumping on to help me focus on writing for work. Sounds good, Amy. I saw you come in. I hope that you're having a good day. Brecht had to leave us. Totally understandable. Got to work in the morning. Also, Jess is here. Hello, Jess. Just coming up to 8 a.m. Yes, so not too early for you compared to other times when you've arrived at like 4 a.m. Going to be reading the Inheritance Games for about an hour before I get to editing. Read the Beats vlog 1 today. Sounds good.
I hope she loves that book. I read the first one, and then I never moved on. I read the first one last year.
Yeah.
For Amazing Readathon. It became like an impromptu book that we all read together, but last year we were all on teams. Actually, I'm wearing my shirt from last year. But last year we were all on teams, right? So I was on yellow, and then like Kelsey read it. There were a bunch of us that read it, but like Kelsey was on blue team. And like but I don't remember, it was a prompt. It fit enough prompts for everybody all at once that it didn't matter that it wasn't everybody's team color book. Team book color, whatever. What I'm trying to say, who knows? But I read the first one, loved it. I gave it 5 stars, and then I never moved on. I own the entire series.
Yeah, I've meant to read it. I'm just worried that I am being a bit too critical these days with my reading, and it being YA. I'm just like, I can't read it right now.
I will say, if you're in a slump, because you like mysteries, it would be a book that if you came to me and you said, like, I'm really slumpy, I would tell you to read it. Not because I think that you would necessarily give it a high rating with it being YA, but because the chapters are like 3 pages
Being
at
very
the
easy.
most, and they're very quick, and it's very much like you finish one chapter and you want to move into the next. Like, I think it would pull you out, or anybody really, out of a book slump, especially if you do like mysteries, but you're skeptical because of the YA aspect of it.
Okay, yeah, good to know. And I have to say, everyone, too, I'm really not in a reading slump at the moment. I've already given a book 5 stars this month. I've also, one of the current books I'm reading, I won't say which one it is, and I'm not going to say if it's the one I'm reading right now, on these sprints, feels like a 5-star. Something I'm reading right now feels like a 5-star. That's all I'll say. Went for a walk in that sprint. That sounds great, Brittany. I went for a walk earlier this morning, and depending on how I'm feeling, I might go for a walk this evening as well if it doesn't get too hot. But I think it's going to be like in the 90s. Thought about making sweets that sprint. Just thought about it. Didn't do it, but just thought about it. Supposed to be off work now, but still composing a long and complex email about some scientific equipment, taking a brain break in the hopes I can approach it differently. Yeah, and especially if it's like very specific instructions, you're going to want to make sure that it's clear, and it's very annoying how much time that takes. That was a busy sprint. Got a phone call about Simon's, oh my gosh, Ern, the cat, being delivered on Thursday. Got a call from my son's teacher for the new school year, called pest control and HVAC people. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you had a really busy one, Alicia. Necessary phone calls, but most of them not fun. Read 3 to 4 chapters. Loving this book. Historical romance. Renee, I'm also reading a historical romance right now, which I know does not sound like me at all. It's called Arabella, and it's by Georgette Hare, who's also a detective fiction, like a mystery writer. But I think her, like, she's best known, like her best work is her historical romances. So I'm giving it a try. Did dishes, read up to 312 pages out of 498. You are making so much progress. It took me all sprint to decide what to start next, but I think I got it. Lisa, what did you decide? It might be a comment later on. Decided to start the book over in that sprint. I realized my brain was not absorbing the story. Ooh, smart. And that is something I think that a lot of us struggle to do when we're like, not paying attention, or, oh, I missed something. It's okay to restart it. Make sure you're getting the right details. Read 2 chapters now on chapter 33 of 40. The 7-year slip. That book made me squeal in happiness. You're not alone, Jess. Like, I would argue that this is like Ashley Poston's most loved book. Like, I know a lot of people love Dead Romantic, but I feel like I hear more about this one.
I feel like I hear more about 7-year slip.
Yeah. Like, I just see more people reading it, comparing it. I guess it was technically her most recent book before a novel love story, because Dead Romantics was her debut. So, or maybe not her debut, but like the first of these 3 we've been talking about.
Yeah, see, I didn't realize I had read Ashley Poston by accident. Like, if you want to get just like a feel for her writing, you could read it's free on Audible and on ebook for like on Kindle Unlimited, but they have the what is it called? Improbable Meet Cute set. It's like 6 novellas, and Ashley Poston writes one of the 6 novellas, which I realized when I was going back through my spreadsheet, just like looking at series and stuff to make sure I had all of them in my other spreadsheet. And yeah, she wrote one of them. I gave it 4 stars, which is pretty high for me with a novella because I'm not a novella girly. They don't give me enough. But it was pretty good.
Need like a bit more experience. I love how everyone's like user experience. I'm like, okay, perfect. Thanks, everyone. I just never knew what that was. UX. Good to know. But yeah, novellas, I think, are hit or miss for me. Depending on how complex the story is, it makes sense why it's novella form, but I think a lot of novellas should actually be novels, but they were just written in smaller form.
I just feel like you can get like I feel like when I get a novella, I'm always waiting for more story. Which is why novellas work for me if they are like in a series, like a prequel novella or an epilogue novella or a novella somewhere in the middle. That works. But if it's just like a standalone novella. I'm like, but where's the rest?
What else? And I have silenced the cat. The cat wanted to meow, but I said, no, not yet. Let's look at Stacy's comment, and then we'll probably go into another sprint, and we'll respond to everyone else after. Took advantage while the baby was napping to fold some laundry and pick up the living room and finish filming my August TBR. Sounds great, Stacy. Perfect. Ooh, also, Secret Garden. Hello. I joined in later, but read 20 pages. Great. Woohoo. Well, on that note, on that greeting, I will have us go for another sprint because of the way the time is situated, because we only have another 2 hours before you all transfer to Brittany's. I'm going to do 45, and then that'll allow us 2 more sprints. So this one will be 45, and the next one I believe will be 45 as well. I think that that'll work out best for us. All right, perfect. Well, I will see everybody in 45 minutes. Hello, welcome back. I didn't really get much further. I think I only got a couple percent points further into. Yeah, I listened to like 2 more percent because I got distracted. I was chatting with Danny and also like organizing things in my living room area, and I ended up having to go back and re-listen to the 2% I even listened to, so I knew what was going on. What did you end up doing, Neva? Oh, you're muted. You're muted, friend.
Okay. I have a buddy read that is starting on the weekend. Friday, Saturday, or Sunday.
Mhm.
We can kind of pick when we start, but it's 3 of us reading, and I've never buddy read with these people before, which is like fine. Like you can't make friends unless you make friends. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But we're buddy reading Heaven Breaker.
I don't know it.
Give me a second. I'll go grab it. I have it right
Okay.
on top of my TBR thing.
Sounds good. While she is, I'm going to catch up on some comments. Currently unemployed, so I'm just working on fun projects in the meantime. Yeah, sounds good. And I wish you luck in your job search if you're doing that, or if you're taking a break and not doing that for the time being. Sounds smart. And yes, book apps, mainly fixing things. Oh my gosh, Goodreads and Storygraph. I'm so far behind on those. A little less bothered by first person, but present tense needs to disappear. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think I do prefer past tense over present tense. What the book? Let's see the book. Ooh, oh, maybe I have heard of that.
It has like these. My
Oh yeah.
because I got it from Walmart,
Mhm.
and I happened to grab it before it. I grabbed it for the edges. I'm be honest.
Yeah, we've all been there.
But somebody that I follow on Instagram, her handle is Her Kindle Travels.
Mhm.
She posted about wanting to do a buddy read of Heavenbreaker. She had a few other ones, Heavenbreaker, Legendborn, a couple other ones. And I was like, oh my gosh, I need to read Heavenbreaker, which this book has been put. I'm a little scared. I'm going to be honest, because this is a Red Tower book.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
That's the people that published Fourth Wing.
Mhm.
And your girl did not. I did not appreciate Fourth Wing. Okay. Which is fine. I mean, not every book is for everybody, but this is on Kindle Unlimited, and it was not always on Kindle Unlimited. But this one, Fourth Wing, is on Kindle Unlimited now, and then there's another one,
Huh.
Five
Interesting.
Broken Blades. They've all been just put on Kindle Unlimited, and so I'm kind of like, is this on Kindle Unlimited because it's so popular, like Fourth Wing, or has your marketing team decided to put it on Kindle Unlimited to try to get people to read it?
I mean, I don't know. Could be.
You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Because it could be either way. But we're starting that this weekend, and so I was trying to like coordinate that with people because we're supposed to be doing this it's like a 500-page book, which is fine. But we're doing 100 pages a day.
Okay. Oh, geez, that's a lot. Well,
Yeah, which
I believe in you. You can do it.
is fine. I have it on my Kindle. Thank God. And I also can get it from my library as an audiobook.
Oh,
So
perfect.
if I need to get it, hopefully the audio is okay. But if the audio is not okay, then at least I have it on my Kindle. So I can read 100 pages on my Kindle. That's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, Allison is speaking on lots of dark romance, and they're mostly in first person. Sometimes in fantasy books I read, it's in third. I think that with first person, what's tricky is that you're in the person's head all the time. And in certain, like, especially with romance, like, and if you've got two POVs and they're like, oh, I wonder what they're thinking. And it's just like, I know what they're thinking and I can't do it. Like, I'm just like, them being like, oh, do they like me? And it's like, well, obviously,
Yeah,
it's weird.
I am a person who reads a lot of dark romance and like what would be considered like fluffier, like contemporary romance. And I will say that I prefer in my romance books for it to be dual POV. But I'm also that person who's like, like when you watch a horror movie and you're like, don't go in that room. I'm that person, but with romance where I'm like, are the two of you stupid? Like, are you just completely obtuse? Like,
Yeah. It's just I want a little bit more nuance. Like I don't want it to be as obvious, and I think you can do that better in third person across genres. Even with mysteries, I'm not a huge fan of like the amateur detective or whatever, the person who solves the crime. I'm not a huge fan of them being in first person because the author is playing around with trying to like not let you know. Like as soon as they're like, aha, and then I knew who the killer was, and you're like, okay, well I've been in your head the entire time. So it ends up getting weird.
Yeah, I know how you thought this out. So
Yeah, exactly. Thanks, Danny. Yeah, I like what I like. Exactly. Loving inheritance games. Oh, good. Not a fan of YA or mystery, but you're having fun with it. Well, that's good. And short chapters, as Neva had said.
And the
Coming
audio
of
is
age.
really good quality too, if you
Okay.
want audio.
Good to know. And that probably would be how I'd read it anyways, through audio. In California, personal essays. Well, that's pretty fun, Christina. I wanted to read The Measure after you talked about it, and I just saw it at the used bookstore, bought it. Ooh, I hope you like it. I can't say what I'm really thinking about it because it's for a vlog, but I hope you enjoy it. That's all I'm going to say. I've heard it's a must read. Haven't read anything by her yet. Ooh, this was a while ago, so I don't know what that was for. It might have been for Ashley Poston. Going to get ready for class tonight. Sounds good, Rachella. I know you left an hour ago, so goodbye. Inheritance games books are so addictive. Okay, sounds good, Secret Garden. When I met Ashley Poston a few weeks ago, she talked about how The Dead Romantics was originally going to be called Ghost Boners. What?
Yeah, where she talked about that too, and I'm so glad that you named it The Dead Romantics instead of Ghost.
Yeah, like that just makes more sense. That just seems so silly. Oh gosh. Yeah, talking about novellas, working well for sci-fi. That's true. I think it depends on the genre. And that's like personal preference, like which genres I would be willing to read a novella in, maybe is what I'm trying to say. Started watching The Good Girls Guide. Mia.
I started this last night.
Are you liking it?
And it seems so far. I mean, I will say that I was falling asleep trying to watch it because I finished a different show first. So I was watching. I don't love to watch multiple shows at once. I think that their casting is on point.
Okay. Oh, good. Well, that's good.
And this is a me problem, okay? But I read everybody, like whenever I read a book, I don't care where it takes place. I read everyone in an American accent. And I know that A Good Girl's Guide to Murder takes place in the UK, but it threw me off for the first like 5 minutes that they all had British accents. And I was like, why are they all British? And then I was like, because you dummy, it takes place in the UK.
Did you, when you read it, did you say that you listened to it on audio first, or had you physically read it?
No, so I did both. So I read the first book. I'm sorry, my brother. I read the first book with my eyeballs. I actually read it physically, which is crazy. That was like in 2022. I read it physically. And then someone told me to do it audio. Like someone told me that it was like full cast and all this stuff. So I was like, okay, well, I want to move on with the series. So I'll just do the first book again in audio. And I own it on audio as well. So, and it was really good on audio, but the American, I don't know about the UK version.
Okay.
The American audiobook is done by Americans.
Well, that is actually
it's Americans that are reading it. So I think in my brain, I was like, oh, they're American. They're not. They are from, although maybe, does it take place in America in the American version? I feel like it does.
That might be the question of, because if it's a British adaptation, like they're gonna make it British.
Because I feel like there was a whole discussion around the fact that they changed things in Good Girl's Guide to Murder because I don't know, I guess they felt like we were stupid as Americans. Like they say 911 instead of, what is it, 999 in the UK. And then they also, I'm pretty sure it takes place like in Chicago or something.
It says it's located in Fairview. Pip's family home is located in Fairview, Connecticut. So maybe they've just...
It takes place, at least in the American version, it takes place in America.
In a small English town of Little Kilton. That might be the British version.
I feel like they changed it for Americans.
Yeah. I don't
I
know.
feel like they
Hello,
were
Rainy,
like,
by the way. Hope
I
you're
feel
doing
like they
well.
were like, you are American, you can't understand the UK or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Or, well, you know what though? But we've seen it before. Like with Big Little Lies, it was adapted to be set in like Monterey or something, and
It
it's like
was,
that. It
yeah.
should be Australian, but like,
Yeah, and
like
it's
American television made it American
and
for
they
obvious reasons.
and they even cast
Mhm.
Nicole Kidman, who's an Australian actress, but in Big
And
Little
made it, yeah,
Lies, she
yeah,
has
made
an
her American.
American accent. I mean, not that she's never done a movie like that before. She definitely has. But I'm just
Mhm.
saying, like, it's interesting to me the way that they adapt things for America. Because they don't do that for anybody else. They don't do that.
Yeah, it must be.
Everybody else just gets it the way it's written.
It must be just that they said it in they must have just said it in Britain, but we'll see. Probably there's answers if we get to the bottom of the comments ever. That was the chatty sprint for me. It was Danny because we talked. Finished Bridgerton book 4. Sounds great. Just whipping through these comments, friends, because this will be our last chat before our final chat before I switch you over. So I've got the long goal of trying to reach the bottom. I got coconut water and and ice. That sounds delicious. Read Heartbreaker or Heaven Breaker last month. Courtney did. Courtney, can you tell us what you thought of it?
I saw somewhere she said that it leaves on a cliffhanger. I'm not surprised.
Well, it's a
Because
series.
Red Tower is also notorious for rolling out at least duologies. So I'm expecting there to be a cliffhanger.
Like one more. Okay, that makes sense. Tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. That is a super popular book as well. Candy, I hope you're liking it. Hello, Julie. Welcome to the party. Reading Camp Damascus hit 32%. Trying to get back into it before. It's too late. You get spooked. Yeah, like read it before it gets dark. Didn't read, wrote a little, getting an idea that's been in my head for a while. Oh, perfect. That sounds great. Like when inspiration hits, you know what I mean? One essay was done by Christina because she's reading a collection of essays. The edges, they get us all. They really do. Those beautiful edges. Got my book of the month delivery. So spent the sprint reorganizing my bookshelves. Awesome, Kellen. I hope that it's a book that you were really anticipating. Megan's here too, currently cleaning and watching the Olympics. Yeah, you know what? I think you're the first person that I've noticed mention the Olympics today, which that's like the first time ever. Usually someone's watching the Olympics, even in the first sprint. Mm-hmm. Yes, second book hasn't released yet, so that makes sense. Read 16% of my 400 plus page book. Awesome. Sounds great, Fireflies. You can do it. We believe in you. Read a couple chapters of my cozy mystery. Awesome, Amy. I'm not surprised. Cozy mystery. That's right up your alley. Finished and sent the email. Oh, good for you, Tennille. Can you go home now? Are you going to go home? I hope so. Had to be as clear and concise as possible. Yeah. Oh my goodness. 100 pages a day. I could not. I read so slow. Yeah. The same Danny, actually. Now that I've said it, I will have hit 100 pages for this today. I only have like 20 pages until I hit it, but it's been a really fast read, surprisingly. Agreed. Dual POV romances are best. See, I don't like dual POV romances. I think maybe that was a misunderstanding. I prefer one POV. Just because I think it's too much to get both people's perspectives.
Yeah, I said I
Yeah.
like dual POV.
Oh, you said you like it. Okay,
I'm
sorry.
also the one that will yell at them for not like figuring it out.
Yeah.
But I
Because it
also
can be funny.
I think the dual POV thing allows me to see it from both perspectives so that I can at least piece together where their idiocy is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true. Like it makes me want to just jump in the book and be like, you both have like no common sense at all. Like we need to like, please. Reading Ragged Company. Didn't get any reading done. Caught up with your cousin though. Social productivity. That's what I'm going to call that. Used that sprint to start organizing my daughter's toys, clean up her room. Sounds great. Oh, my body hurts. No, it's not that you're getting old. You're just putting your body through it. That's all. I read Good Girls in Dutch, and it took place in the UK. I could be completely wrong.
I think that they changed it for America. It took place in America in the American version. I'm almost certain. I don't have my.
Or their references were American.
Yeah, all of their references were American. I'm pretty sure it did take place in Connecticut. Like I'm pretty sure that that they changed the American version so that it was American. Because I know that they used 911 and not the
Mhm.
UK version of an emergency number. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, good point. And even when I read The Dry by Jane Harper, the the audio had the Australian slang, but my physical book had American. In the audio it said ute, and in my physical copy it said truck. And I was like, can't we just trust
You
us,
just right.
speaking as an American, just trust me to get the reference, and if I don't understand, I'll look it up. Like,
And
can we
also,
what the heck?
for this comment, no, the show on Netflix that they've just put out, it takes place in the UK. Because it
Yeah,
threw me
because
off.
it's a UK,
Yeah, it's a
the
UK
UK did
book,
the adaptation.
and it threw me off at first because I was like, "I thought this took place in America," and then I realized that I think it's only in America that it takes place in America.
Yeah, yeah. And we've definitely seen it before too, as far as translated works as well. Like, we obviously had A Man Called Ove, and there we had the American version, and they changed
Yeah,
it because it all depends
they did.
on. Yeah, or The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. We had an American version because I don't know if it was set in America, but obviously it was in English. I'll be switching to House of Marion by JL for the final sprint. Sounds good. Oh my gosh, I did my own sprint trying to get to the bottom of the comments, friends. Sorry if I had to speed through those, but it would have bugged me all day if I didn't get to the end of them. So on that note, we're going to do a final 45-minute sprint. Let me put up the banner just so that everyone's aware. And also, we will be coming back for a brief chat. And then I'll be sending you guys over to Brittany's. It's going to be automatic. You shouldn't have to do anything. There are a couple reactions. Bird Box. It was set in Michigan in the book, but in California in the movie. Yeah. So they even make alterations within the same country, which is just
So
is
weird.
what it is. Yeah.
It's so weird.
Yeah, when they give Canada the Americanized versions of things. Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of, I saw this reference of The Maid by Nita Prose, and I'm 99% sure, and you all can just let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that the author is Canadian. It's set in Canada, and that makes sense with certain languages being a part of the Commonwealth. And they were saying like, "Oh, I'll have a cuppa," that kind of thing, like a cup of tea. And I remember I saw a review, and it was from a British person, and they're like, "Well, these references don't make sense." Like, I think time and place, locations being named. They're like, "That's not in England," blah blah blah. And I'm like, yeah, because it's not set in England. Like, they have similar slang terms
Yeah,
because
just because
of
you use similar slang
colonization and
doesn't mean that it's set where you think it's.
yeah, I was like, just because you recognize some of the words doesn't mean it's set in the UK. So I did see that, and I was like, I hope that someone corrected this review, because I was like, you realize that Canada, it could be Canada, and I'm pretty sure it is in Canada. So it just made me laugh. Got home, got Ellie out before the storm starts. Awesome. Great, Lexi. Also, I had silently waved to you, Lexi, before. I hope that you saw it. Didn't read much. Oh, no worries, Sammy. You know what? You've been being productive and trying to wake up this morning. My town is literally a town in the UK. So many names for the same. Exactly. So I was like, I think that you expected this to be set in the UK, and it's not, and you didn't look into who the author was. I'm pretty sure that's what happened with The Maid. But anyways, all right. On that note, I will see everybody in 45 minutes, and then we're going to wrap this up. Hello, welcome back from that final sprint. Let us know how you did. Let me see here. I ended up getting to 27% into the Drowning Deep, and I have switched over to doing immersion reading because I realized that there was a note in the audio saying that with there being AASL in here, that it wouldn't match the way that they formulated sentences because the vernacular, the sentence structure is different. So they had to change it for the audio. And I want to see what it looks like in the physical. And so I'm waiting to see the deaf characters interacting with each other. But yeah, made some progress, and I'm hoping to maybe do a little bit more. But I do have to vacuum this evening, and there's also a storm outside. So a lot of things are happening around me. How did you do, Neva?
Hold on. I made it to 96%, but I'm not actually sure what page that is because that's not helpful. Okay,
Ooh.
it says 91. So we'll see if that's true. Yeah, okay, so I'm on page 91.
Okay, woohoo! Almost
like halfway down page 91 because I am listening to the audiobook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a problem with this book. The writing is different than in Dead Romantics, like I will say that, but I mean, I'm enjoying it. I don't know. I feel like I went into this kind of expecting it to be cheesier than the Dead Romantics because she's supposed to have she's going on a trip, like a solo book retreat thing, because none of her other friends can go with her. And in the process, also I hit my pages goal for the day, so that's great. I read 136 pages today, apparently. So,
oh my gosh.
but then she accidentally ends up in the town from her favorite contemporary romance novel. So I think I went into this with a different expectation than other people. Like I went into this expecting it to be like a Hallmark movie. I didn't expect this to be like a super realistic, I didn't go into this expecting it to be the Dead Romantics, which the Dead Romantics, I mean, is not necessarily realistic because there's the paranormal aspect of the male main character being a ghost. Like there's that, kind of like the 7-Year Slip is not necessarily realistic, like because of the paranormal aspect, but it's more realistic than this is. I will say that much.
Right. Okay. Well, that's actually kind of interesting. Good to know.
Yeah. But I definitely went into this expecting it to read like a Hallmark movie, and it reads like a Hallmark movie to me.
Okay. Well, good. I get good. Good.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It feels like, I don't know, like I don't want to put it down or anything. Like I'm not getting like annoyed by it. Like I think that it's fun. Also, I love the cover. I think the cover is so pretty.
Yeah, it's very like pop arty kind of in color tone, actually.
So I definitely went into this expecting it to be a Hallmark movie, and like it's hit my expectation. So I don't know if other people went into this expecting it to be more serious, like the Dead Romantics, or like the 7-Year Slip I've heard is a little bit more like.
Yeah, I would say so far in the 7-Year Slip, I won't say my thoughts about like the narrative, but this isn't very serious. Like there is grief, like she's lost her aunt, but it's not like, unless it gets serious, that might be the case. But for now, I've read romances that have discussed more serious things more in depth than this one. So maybe it's my perspective.
And this one is not serious at all. Like I'm just gonna be honest. Like this one is very like fun. Like I mean, imagine if you got just like thrust into like the world of your favorite book. You know what I mean? Like I mean, the people around her don't know that they're in a book, so she has to kind of like not tell them. But like she is just like eating it up. Like I can't believe that this could be real. Like that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I feel like if it's a book person, like I'm enjoying it. Because, like, how cool would it be to be, like, thrust into your favorite world? I mean, not a fantasy world. Absolutely not. I would not survive. I would die. But, like, any other kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It just feels like a feel-good book to me. It doesn't feel like you're supposed to take it super seriously.
Right. Yeah. And I know that like there does seem to be a lot of like biblio elements by this author. So it seems to be like a common thing. I've been breezing through the comments because I realized I did sprinting math wrong. It is 6 o'clock. B&K Book Club has already started. So I'm sorry, friends. Thank you all for being here. You've all been lovely. I will send you over to Brittany right now. But also, Witchy, you've got me looking at the House Witch because it looks like it's a fun time. But anyways, congratulations on making so much productivity. Thanks for being here with us. And we will see you all over at Brittany's channel. Bye, friends.